started earlier, my eyes wouldn't left. So like I gotta play a little bit like this.
You want to put me in the eliminator?
It keeps me out of trouble.
I agree.
Nah, it doesn't let me do that. I didn't see me just like move vibrate. Vibrate. What? Good for right now. Okay.
You can put my phone in there. Maybe if I put my phone in, it'll take it.
All right, good people, welcome back. Saturday night adventures round here at the 2022 Bradley Open. Back to Bullstring TV, Emil Williams Jr. here with you. 6 games tonight. 6 games to determine the top 40 players who will advance to tomorrow morning's Cashers round. We got some good players to start. There will be great players certainly throughout. Excuse me. $35 and $36. We've got, by the way, 108 players now in the field. Top 50 from A squad, the top 50 from B squad, and the top 8 from the Desperado re-entry squad. There's Joe Grondin, Kyle Troop. Terrence Bright and Jalen Mosley. And on 37 and 38, Trevor Roberts, Daniel Farish, Rick McCormick, Brent Calhoun, and Nathan Bohr. And then our 33 and 34 pair that we can check into, Christian McConaughey, Mitch Beasley, Derek Patterson, Jeremy Thomas, and Scott Camp. The lanes have been re-oiled for the first time since this morning. And if you recall the A squad, if you watched this morning, there were a few scores on the fresh. But overall, A squad's top 50 cut was minus 111 this morning. The B squad cut was minus 81. The Desperado squad had 41 total players, and you had to have bowled in either the A or B squads to have the opportunity to re-enter, or I guess be eligible is the better way to say that. Top 8 out of 41 was minus 12. See Nathan Bohr playing the old one board, but on that particular pair, Matt Zweig, Dwight Adams made it look pretty easy from out there. Both shooting games of 230 plus, and in game one specifically. Fortunately now for Nathan, though, back-to-back splits. Trevor Roberts, they're on 37. Terrence Bright on 35. Jalen Mosley on 36. Had a chance to chat with Daniel during the Desperado squad. All right, good break there for Terrence. Nathan Bohr in some trouble. Good shot. Different vibe in here now, too. You kind of tell it's, you know, hey, it's new tournament time, if you will. Really tough start here for Nathan Bohr. Single pin to deal with here for Daniel Farish. Mentioned 6 games. Just to give you an idea of who's to come here on these particular pairs. Let's see, next game, David Stouffer, Kevin Anderson, Zeke Bates. We get a chance to see Zeke for the first time today. He led B Squad this afternoon. Tom Doherty and Ryan Spear. Jason Miller, Francois Lavoie, Blake Hissel, and Thomas Larson. So we'll see in game number 2. In game 3, Brandon Flora, excuse me. Yezo, Mark Hope, Jeff Lyons, Sean Maldonado, Kelly Countryman, Brian Hatcher, Chris Barnes, and Paul Sesteric. That is game 3. Terrence Bright, boy. Woo. Words of my good friend Aaron Smith, who we were talking about ball speed at the U.S. Open. He called it peppering. Throwing some pepper on there. That's a good break for Kyle True. Started with the front four. All right, saw some early questions in the chat, but thanks to Steve, who provided a few answers. Linda, I had a tough decision to make. That was a quality shot there, excuse me, over on 38. From Rick McCormick. I opted to just go to the car and get a banana and an apple. I wanted something else, but I'm like, I don't know if it's going to be a good decision at this point in time. No love on the 7 for Terrence. A lot of pairs with 5. We've got a couple with 4. Ball change here for Nathan. Jalen with a little bit of miss room. He missed that one right by a little touch. Oh, and some 10-pin love for Trevor Roberts. A good start to this game 1 overall. I think a part of me has to say the players may be happy to see the fresh. Tom McGill has said it best. Not quite 61, but pretty close to it.
They are 5'6" higher than earlier.
Shot there for Daniel Farish. Jackson Styles. Really cool last name, by the way. Saw him a little bit earlier. Let's see. Doesn't look like we will get Jackson on either 33, 34, 35, 36, or 37 and 38. Closest he's going to get to us this evening is 41 and 42 or 31 and 32, whichever one you look at. Players are skipping 2 pairs to their right. Brandon Flores will join us during game 3. John's already putting it out there. What's the cut number going to be tonight? Will it be even? Well, last year's cut to advance to the cashier's round was minus 52. Front 4. 10 pin, now a 9 pin here for Kyle Troop. Brandon Novak. Let's see. Brandon Novak. Game 6, he'll be on 37 and 38. 37 and 38. Or Brandon Novak as far as featured pairs are concerned. Tony Lambert, 37 and 38, game number 4. And Scott. Closest we will get for Scott will be 33 and 34 in game 2. So I'll try to pick some time to make the switch over there and check it out. Indy Bling, yes, or Blimp, excuse me. Answering some questions, as many have told me already before we started. Yes, the real tournament, or now the tournament begins, as many have said. Everyone is currently at 0, and your 6 games hopefully get you in the top 40 today. 12 games hopefully get you to the top 8 tomorrow. Ryan Spear, I'm pretty sure I just talked about Ryan. while I continue to search for Ryan Spears' name. Yes, top 50 from A squad, top 50 from B squad, and the top 8 from the Desperado squad. Those are the 108 bowlers, and essentially how they got to this advancers round. Oh. Yo, where the heck is Spear at, though? Seriously. I just saw his name. Or maybe I didn't. Yeah. I know I saw his name. He advanced. He bowled pretty well today. All right, I'll find him at some point. I'll let you know. Michael Martell, 31 and 32. That's the closest we'll see him today or tonight. Adam Zimmerman, closest he'll be is 39 and 40 in game 5. But I don't have a camera in that area, but you may be able to see him to the right of your screen when we get to that point. Well, that's what it takes in the Bradley. It's been a well-bowled game so far here for Terrence Bright. In fact, he, along with, well, after the open from Troop in the 8th, it's just him who has remained clean. Yeah, I knew it. Ryan Spear, game 2. I knew I just said that. With Tom Doherty, Zeke Bates, Kevin Anderson, and David Stewart. All right. All right, one more. Paul Smith.
But it's not, overall, it's not as much as anything I'm throwing.
Closest Paul Smith gets is 31, 32, 39, and 40, as well as Ryan Liederbach, for that matter. I know Linda would like to know. Joe Grondin. So, 15-ish is being played up the boards. Jalen Mosley, we've seen Nathan Bohr play out. Daniel Ferris is out there, good shot. Terrence Bright, right up 17, 18, 19. Oh, that's a tough break there. Whoa. All right, a couple of opens here. Back-to-back now for Joe Grondin. See if Jalen Mosley can give this. .165 to start for Jalen Mosley. That did, man, that's, I got to chalk that up to the Bradley right there. In that game, didn't see that coming with the way he started. Linda, I was talking about Ryan. He's only going to get to 31 and 32, 39 and 40 as far as closest to the featured pairs. Tough bucket here. You bowl this well, and now you got to make a bucket to get to 190. What pros are left? That's a good question. Let's see. Sean Rash, Gene Perez, Michael Martell, Stu Williams, Nick Pate. I think Jerry Marr still has his card. I'm not sure. Brent Boho, Tom Hess, Kim Bolaby, Don Barrett, Brian Halen, Zach Tackett, Sean Maldonado. These are names that I personally know. Of course, Chris Barnes, Jesper Svensson, Zeke Bates, Francois Lavoie, Thomas Larson. I don't know if Mitch Beasley's still out there. I think Joe Grondin might be out there a little bit. Daniel Farish has his card. We talked about that. Nathan Bohr, J.R. Raymond, Brandon Novak, Kevin Williams, Bailey Maverick, Graham Fogg, Chris Sloan, Sam Cooley, Jacob Buttriff. Those are all the ones that I can tell right off the bat. Big spare from Terrence Bright. It's a really well-bowled game to start. All right, 192. John Freeman will be just on the outskirts on 31 and 32 and 39 and 40, right around our pairs. Jeremy Thomas having a nice game over on 33 and 34. Like, there's a few strings over on that pair. That could be a good pair to go to. Wow. How about that? The big wheel. And the big wheel with good count here. Kyle's going to be in the 230s. Nine is good. 231 for Troop. 10th frame on 37 and 38. And Brent Calhoun says, let's talk this over. All right, so we'll see Trevor Roberts finish it out. Good place for 211 for Roberts. All right, Ferris with the first hit in the 10th. Looks like a fill ball opportunity for Brent Calhoun. Mitch Beasley on the way to a very nice game on 33 and 34. A shot again for Farish. It's going to put him in the two teens with good carry. You see Mitch Beasley real quick. Got him to the 220, speaking of Mitch Beasley. But the 610 there, if he spares it, that'll get him to 212. They've had games of 200, 222, 197. We'll have a 2-teen here from Beasley. And still an opportunity for someone to get to 240 on 33 and 34. And Nathan Bohr had a lot of work to do. He hustled to get back into what will be a very positive scoring environment for himself. Making a ball change in the 4th. Considering how it started, 193 looks pretty good for Nathan Bohr. And McCormick out to 184. And game 1. A lot of folks out of trouble. All right, we'll have obviously game 2 on the way. And then along with that, we will talk with Cecil Scarborough for a little bit. Get his take on what he's seeing out here and what he might do if he was bowling. Maybe he's told or gave a few tips to a couple players perhaps, huh? What do you think? We'll find all of that out next
Yeah.
All right, game 2. Advancers round, the Bradley Open. Here on Bullstream TV.
That too.
All right, welcome back, folks. Game 2 here underway on Boldstream TV, the Bradley Open Advancers round, and pleased to be joined now by, I always forget his exact title, Advice, but he's doing some really cool stuff right now, Advice, too, but he always does that. That is Cecil Scarborough. Cecil, how you doing?
I'm excellent, Emil. How are you, sir?
I'm doing well. Appreciate you hopping in and spending some time with me. I know you have been in the building for, I think, just about all day, right? For the most part?
Yeah, I got here about 8 o'clock this morning.
What has kind of popped out to you? You certainly watch both A and B, Fresh, Burn, and obviously now we're back on Fresh at this point. What's popped out or stood out to you at this point?
How many of the players have actually moved to the gutter? They were all playing kind of like fallback this afternoon and this morning. And I watched one of the players play the gutter, and when he actually was going to play on the right lane, he actually stood in front of the ball return. And I'm like, wait a minute, he's on the right lane. And he walks a little left anyway, a two-hander. And when I saw him throw it up the gutter, and it caught and picked up and went through the pins, I'm like, wait a minute, he may have found something here. And now, if you look at a bunch of the touring players and a lot of the amateurs, they're outside. They're playing, and when I say outside, they're up 1-2. So that's the biggest thing that I've seen. Two-handers are playing out there, one-handers. So, I mean, it's just a variety. That's the biggest thing that I've been able to see today is how many people have migrated right on this pattern. And I don't know if they put the pattern out, but it's got to be close to 50 feet. So, I mean, I've watched a few balls. They think, okay, it's going to get there, and then you just watch it right by the head pin, and it waves at it as it goes by. And the other thing is I don't think they're using quite as much surface as they did this morning, so they're not beating them up quite as much in the heads.
How should that or could that help the field, I guess, as a whole, in your opinion?
Well, if they're not breaking the fronts up so much with so much surface, then it can make it last longer, and then you can see the score start to go up. And then as they break down, it's just not going to be the front; it's going to be the whole kind of like the head section to the mid part of the lane, and then they're going to have something to throw to. So then they can get the ball to pick up and change directions and a little bit further down lane and open the lane up a little bit. I mean, it's when we normally talk about opening the lane up, they're playing like third, fourth, fifth arrow, and now we're talking they're playing third, fourth, fifth board. So they're making massive moves today by moving one left, not one arrow left.
Yeah, a bit of a difference in what we might normally see at an event, but this is I personally enjoy it. This has been fun so far.
Oh, without a doubt, it's been a lot of fun sitting here watching them play, because when you looked at yesterday, when they were playing the singles and the doubles, they were on a house pattern, and I mean they were just freewheeling the lane as much as they wanted to, and then they go here today and it won't wrinkle. So it's been this weekend has been a bowler's challenge, mentally and physically, because physically they're having to play with ball speeds. Mentally, they're having to stay focused on hitting targets and just keeping everything in front of them. So, and then, like I said, the singles and doubles, they were able to just stand left and freewheel what they needed to.
If you're tuning in for the first time today, I appreciate you. The shot there for David Stouffer. Please hit the thumbs up as you take a watch for a little bit. Subscribe if you haven't already to Boldstream TV. Before we move any further, Cecil, I want to echo Shell's sentiments in the chat. Nice work with regards to the disabled gentleman, the prosthetic, making it possible for him to continue to bowl. If you haven't seen that video, I know Storm posted one. I think you posted it as well. But then Storm also shared it. But if you haven't seen it, Cecil, maybe describe what you did, how you made it work and all that cool stuff, because it really is an amazing situation.
Yeah, so it was January when we were there for the Team USA trials, and they also were having the RPI event in South Point. And I happened to be at South Point going back and forth between the two, and my John Jameson called me, and he goes, "Where are you at?" And I said, "I'm at South Point." He goes, "Michael Tucker has a question." I said, "Well, he just sent me a message." And what they were doing is they were working with this gentleman named Jerry Miller. He is a military veteran as well as a retired firefighter. And so they were using one of Vice's products that we have. It's called an adjustable thumb. And basically what you can do is put this in the thumb hole, and there's a barrel that you can move up and down, and it'll physically change the size of the thumb hole. Well, what we realized was when Jerry would go to use it, it would get in the wrong spot, and it would come off in his backswing. So after talking with Michael Tucker and Michael Caverly there with what they were doing and what they had been doing with Jerry, because they've worked with him quite a bit, and they had done an amazing job to get to where they were at, And so I got to talking to Jerry, and I looked at the prosthetic that he was using, and he had it made in California. And I said, well, I see the balls kind of like when you put your prosthesis in, it kind of flops around. You kind of lose control of what the ball's doing. I said, there's a ring at in the middle portion of it, and you can see it on the video. I said, can we put that inside the thumb hole? And he said, well, as long as you don't put it too far in so I can get it to clear, I should be okay. So I went in and drilled a thumb hole or thumb slug and got it to actually match the prosthetic piece that he was using, and we put it in a test ball to see if it worked, and he had no problems with it. So with that test ball, we drew a line and actually found his access point. And once we did that, Storm donated a Nova bowling ball, and we used the Storm 2LS system to lay the ball out, and then we drilled the prosthetic piece right in the center of the grip where it should have been. And it was actually giving him the ability to then control the bowling ball and throw it and have more fun. So, yeah, that was kind of where it started. But since then, I have actually – now, if you notice in the video that you're bringing up, there's a line on the bowling ball. And what we did there is we did that so he could orientate how he was putting the prosthetic piece unit into the thumb hole. Then he could actually maneuver that, so every time he threw the bowling ball, it was in the exact same position. So once the ball got into a roll, then what he could actually do is he could consistently get the roll because everything was in the same position all the time, like we had actually laid the ball out.
I'm trying to, I thought I could grab a URL link from the video so I could post it for those who haven't seen it. I think that might be it right there, hopefully. But if you haven't seen this, you should check that out.
So since then, I actually met a gentleman that's with the American Legion group, and they work with veterans. And now he wants to work with Jerry, and I spoke with Jerry. The Veterans Administration have now gotten a hold of it, and now we want to work together and take it to the Veterans Administration and see if we can get this out to where more veterans have the ability to get this product and what Jerry and them come up with to be able to throw bowling balls again and enjoy the sport of bowling like we all do with their families and friends. And then I talked with Stephen Fadilla with the USPC, and he even mentioned that possibly taking it to the U.S. Olympic Committee with the Paralympics. So, again, now you understand why so many times we've had conversation. I tell you, I have the best job on the planet.
That is really, really great work, and taking it to another level in the sport, man. Kind of almost bringing it back to, why we all started bowling or love the game or love the sport, right? Because, this is not about a tournament. It's not about high stakes. This is just helping someone bowl again.
Correct. It's just strictly for love of the game. And I mean, the amazing thing with Jerry is the way the prosthetic works. It's spring loaded and it's connected to a harness that he wears over his shoulders. And if he doesn't have his shirt off or his jacket off, you never even know it was there. And all he has to do is twitch his shoulder and off the ball comes. It's really, really cool to watch. I almost wanted to try and figure out how to use it and see if I could even throw the ball with it without like hitting myself in the forehead or something. But it was so much fun working with him, and he was so awesome to work with and so patient with letting me try just about anything we wanted to try. And, you know, working with Michael Caverly and Michael Tucker at South Point Pro Shop, I mean, those guys are so awesome. And I've known those guys both for many, many years, and it just, you know, it's just so much fun. And now, who knows? We can take it to the Veterans Administration, and even more people can get this in their abilities and can utilize it. Then it just gets even better, man.
In the booth with Cecil Scarborough of Vice. You've seen him at a PBA or PWBA event, I'm sure a time or two, or any other high-level event. If there's a tour truck around, he's probably on that too. And as he just described, now helping those who had previously been unable to or having trouble with prosthesis, for example, get back into the sport. I'm glad everyone is being able to see and check out that video and share it, man. Give Cecil all the love for that, certainly.
What's even cooler is after I posted that video, I actually had a guy call me. There's a gentleman in Texas, I believe it's in Livingston, Texas, that actually holds a tournament every year for people that have had amputations to help them learn how to bowl more.
How about that?
So, yeah. So next week he's supposed to call me, and we're going to try and hook up and see if we can't all kind of get this all going together. And I think this could be something really, really nice, and I think it could help a lot of people, and that's what it's all about.
All right, I got some Game 1 scores for you. Here they go. 256. High game out the gates in Game 1 of the Advancers round. By A.J. Rice. Nick Pate, 248. Stu Williams, 238. I'm not sure Stu has had a game. Well, he had one game. Game 5 of qualifying this afternoon that was not up to par. But every other game, man, I feel like Stu has just been in the situation. So Mike Rubin, 237. Matt Zwei, 234. Kyle Troop, 231, as you saw. Sean Rash and Ty McKinney shoot 230. Scott Matthews, 227. David Stouffer, 226. Chris Barnes and Sam Cooley, 224. And this list goes on and on in regards to 37 people had a game of 200 or better.
And very nice. And I would venture to say out of those 37, at least 35 of them were playing on the gutter.
40th, by the way, which is our number tonight, is -3 after one game, of course. But that's, you know, I watched the Fresh this morning, and I thought that there were some opportunities, specifically on the gutter. But, you know, when I saw, like, Zweig and Adams do it, I didn't see anyone else really give it a try.
Right.
After that. Bailey Maverick was still playing straight when he got to 35 and 36 this morning, but he was around like 8-9, right to left, and he had the front 7, making it look very good. The only time he didn't strike was he missed right once, washed out, left a flat 10 once. Zeke Bates, go ahead.
Bailey's an impressive young man. I got to watch him over the PBA regional finals for the Players Championship, and then last week, very, very impressive young man. Got a big future ahead of him.
Ryan Spear, David Stolford, Zeke Bates, Tom Doherty. And Kevin Anderson on 35 and 36 at the moment. Jason Miller, Francois Lavoie, Blake Hissel, and Thomas Larson on 37 and 38. Speaking of A.J. Rice, he's actually next door. Just saw him on the left side of your screen. A.J. clean through 7. And looking pretty good here. Kayla Sabatine said hello, by the way.
Hi, Kayla.
Zeke Bates led B squad at plus 111.
111, I think. Yep.
Tom Doherty led A squad at plus 83. But the overall cut tallies.
And you see David right there, right off the gutter. And what's nice is where he's playing. If he misses a little bit right, he catches a little dry spot, and it'll just wheel right up.
When we first started talking about what you noticed, and you mentioned some of the pros and even some of the amateurs, you know, playing the gutter. Do you think that's something that is just kind of based on experience in that sense? Like, after seeing the pattern once and getting an idea of like what could work, and maybe seeing a couple people try to make it work, that's experience based to come in when you get a fresh opportunity, no pun intended, on the fresh.
Sure.
And try to do some damage out there.
Yeah, and let me tell you, they talk a lot. And I mean, they were discussing different strategies between different little groups and the hangout and stuff. And I mean, trust me, they were definitely discussing what's going on, what they saw. And the gutter, they were really surprised at how much the gutter hooked. And now, because of that, I really think you see a lot of them out there. So, yeah, I think not only experience, but also communication amongst the other guys plays another big part of it.
AJ just struck in the 9th, so he can actually get to 248. Steve Novak also on that pair. Steve bowled very well this morning also. But again, all the scores, all the pins dropped. We're starting clean right now.
Which when you end your block at 111, you go, I'm in good. Never mind. But I think, like where Zeke is playing, I think it's going to be a little tricky because he led it on the burn. So that was kind of broken down a little bit. And on this fresh, I think there's just a little too much. And he threw that ball a little bit slower and got a little better reaction, but the ball still just doesn't want to go through the pins. Thomas Larson right off the gutter.
That's some good stuff from our folks in the chat about Ryan Spear. Jason Miller. Let's take a look at Tom McKinney here as well. Well, of course, that Black Cloud. When you want to go take a look at someone, they miss a spare every time it happens. Every single time.
That's like somebody want to shoot 300.
Well,
bring a camera, all done.
You know we got that one in the bag. That reminds me, I need to ask a question about are there additional 300 awards if one is shot here in the tournament? Here's Novak. Hadn't seen Steve really all day. Can he roll a 2?
And I think if he takes that and just like 2 and 2's parallel and backs just a tick off of the speed, I think that ball gets to the pocket and strikes. There's like right around 5-6, there's like a shim there. And when they get to that, it just wants to just back up. The ball just never wants to read it.
McKinney shot 170 after the fortunate open in the 10th frame. Scott Matthews with that spare. He can get to 213. Novak with a 2-pin to deal with. And then we'll see A.J. Rice here in a moment. Again, 10th frame. This is 33 and 34. All right, nice game for Scott. Based on this game 1 scoring pace, let me ask you this, Cecil. 2 questions. One, how much stock can you put in your experience watching bowling for as long as you have in a game 1 scoring pace? When you see scores like we have so far in game 1 of this block, with the amount of 240, 250, 230, you know, it's not, no one's except A.J. Rice who shot 250. He was the only one, but as a group, as a collective, you had 38 players, or 37 be even or plus after one game.
I think game 1. Because they're fresh, back ends are fresh. Well, I think the 8 feet of back end they have. But, I mean, the gutters were fresh. Everything was fresh. And I think I don't think I've seen anybody throwing urethane. But, I mean, you're going to now, with as much surface as they got, they're going to start beating up the front part of the lane, and that could really change how the pace of this series goes in this block tonight. As you've seen, A.J. right there, he got that ball a pinch left, but he didn't get it left quick, and the ball never read it. When he got it there quicker, the ball read it and come up. If he got it there later, the ball never sees it. So I think the scoring pace is actually going to calm down a little bit, and once it goes through some transition, then you're gonna once that happens and it calms everything down, and then it starts to gets broken down a little bit, then you'll see the scores come back up. I think that towards the end of the block, you'll start to see scores get back up again. But how high they get, that's going to really depend on who's in front of who and how well they're throwing the ball.
A.J. finished with 216, 170 for Steve Novak. And now into the 10th frame here on 37 and 38. Have you bowled this event ever, Cecil?
I have not. This is actually the first time I've ever been
Really?
here.
Okay. Me too.
Well, let me rephrase that. This is the first time I've ever been to watch the Bradley and be a part of it.
Okay.
I have been to this building multiple times with the PWBA tour, and I mean, they treat us great every time we come, and they've done the same thing with the players this week. So, but yeah, this is the first time. This is actually interesting. I actually am interested in bowling now. You know, as sharp as I am.
When's the last time you bowled?
December.
Okay.
So
not as bad.
Well, if you want to call like 3 games in December,
I do actually.
You know,
where I am, yes, that is considered bowling for me too.
Now it'll be probably when I get to the national tournament in April, and hope that I can sub when I throw the next 9 games. So, you know, I'm about as sharp as a spoon. So
we saw Francois leave an 8-10 back in the 6th on that left lane. Since then, he's made a ball change. Francois is always someone, I talked about this earlier, not afraid to make jumps and make moves as well. But considering what we talked about on the gutter, are you surprised to see where Francois is at the moment?
He's actually comfortable playing there, but he's also very comfortable playing on the gutter. I am a little surprised that, let's see on the fill ball, let's see if he makes a move here and goes out, or if he's going to keep playing in. Because Frankie is really deceptive with his roll. Mm-hmm. He can really create some angles with what he's doing with his hand. And here we go.
Oh, there you go, yeah. Give it a whirl on the fill. 213 from Thomas Larson. Thomas Larson is just, he's so cool. All right, 179. Iron Spirit with a good break, asking for some help. That is not a good break, but good thing it's on the fill. The 1-9-10.
Just like we were just talking about the gutter, I think if Frankie stays right there, even with the ball he just threw and just picks up his speed a little bit, I think he's money. I was just talking to Jason Miller, and he was telling me, because he bowled on the burn as well, and he goes, on the fresh, he goes, there's nothing inside. He goes, the fronts are hooking because of so much surface, and when that happens, now they've got nothing left down lane for the ball to get to try and cut through what's the oil that's down lane. So he goes, everything is so tight. He goes, I've got basically nothing to hit down lane. He goes, so I'm gonna have to go right.
Zeke Bates now clean through 9. Even though it was on a house shot, the way he went about his business last night in that double shootout with Brian Halen was
impressive.
Very fun to watch. All right, Tom Doherty is running into some trouble. He needs a little help. Now a 310 here, the washout for Stouffer. Big spare. You know, you see someone make a TV show and you feel like you just know them, right? That's how I feel about David Stouffer. I just mentioned, you see somebody on TV, you see somebody make a show, and you kind of feel like you know them a little bit now, and that's how I feel about David.
Yeah. Yeah, I was just talking to Zeke then he came over, and he's like, if I move a little bit, he goes, it does that. If I get on top of it a little more, I can't get it off of the face. So we just discussed him taking the ball on the field that he's throwing, and we're actually going to get him to go out on the gutter and just kind of roll it and just don't loft it so much. Just roll the ball and let it pick up on its own. We'll see what it does.
Frame here, 148 for Tom Doherty.
One, two, three, 4 straight splits.
And 5 total in the game. Stouffer finishes with 210. Nearby each other? I know the Florida connection, but.
Yeah, he's not too far away.
Okay.
And once you get like below Claremont in that area, you're like 2 hours from everything.
Apparently not golf courses, though, based on our earlier conversation.
Yeah, no, there's plenty of those. Then you go to the villages, and I think they've got like 200 golf courses. No, they don't have that many, but they have a lot of golf courses up there. I think the vehicle of choice up there is a golf cart. But as you can see, that ball there, it just got there and it just hydroplaned. It never even tried to read it or attempt to go through the pins. And when that happens, the ball's just going to keep deflecting. And
All right, Kevin Anderson. Shot on the fill, 167. And on to Zeke Bates. We just heard Cecil kind of describe what he and Zeke were just discussing.
so he's going to stay in on the first ball where he was at and see what he can do and trick his hand. And then on the fill ball, he's going to jump a big jump right like Frankie did earlier. And let's see what we come up with. He got that really, really soft off of his hand, got the ball speed down, and more rolled it than he did trying to help it. And the ball picked up and actually went through the pins. It didn't over push. That's the other thing. I don't think you need to get around it and try and help it. When you start to get around the ball and try and help it hook, it just hydroplanes. A little bit quick, and that little bit of loft is all the difference. If it's me, I don't worry about the pin right there. I move right and see what kind of ball reaction I get.
196 for Zeke Bates, and officially now game 2 is in the books. You're on Bowlstream TV. Emil Williams Jr. with Cecil Scarborough. Talking some bowling and talking the advancers round here at the 2022 Bradley Open. 108 players. $50 from the A squad, $50 from the B squad, $8 from the Desperado squad. Pins drop, and now 6 additional games here tonight to determine the top 40 players who will move on to tomorrow's Cashers round at 9 a.m. Eastern time. That Cashers round will then feature 6 additional games after 12 total. Of course, tonight's pins will carry over tomorrow for those who do advance. And then after that 6-game block, the top 8 will move on to the Bradley Open Finals. Coming up next in game number 3. Where's my trusty? There it is. On 35 and 36, Brandon Flora, Jacob Yezel, Mark Cope, Jeff Lyons, and Sean Maldonado. 37 and 38 will feature Kelly Countryman, Brian Hatcher, Chris Barnes, and Paul Sesteric. And over on 33 and 34, we happen to be there and get to it. Chad Gilbert, Wayne Jakes, Aaron Ruiz, Brian Ivey. Wayne Jakes been hanging tough out here doing his thing here tonight. All right, we'll see CB, a little Chris Barnes action tonight. He joined us last night for a little bit of the double shootout. Always nice to chat with Chris Cecil, who is name someone that every time you talk with them, and it could be, you know, obviously about bowling, whatever, but they always give you like maybe a new nugget of info that perhaps you didn't consider, didn't think of, maybe you didn't know, and just all around enjoy talking to. You can't say me, by the way.
Well, that's not even fun. You know, but most of the time when we have our conversations, they have very little to do with bowling most of the time.
Very true, actually. You're right.
We're going to baseball games or riding roller coasters or something. Tommy Jones is one of them. Ryan Simonelli is another one. They have just, Ryan especially has just different thought processes on what's going on the lanes with him and what he sees with other people. Barney is super technical when it comes to everything, and I mean, if you need to know something, all you got to do is ask, and he'll figure it out and tell you what it is. And but yeah, it's those guys are. Tom Doherty's another one. I mean, since he's in the Tampa area, what's worse is Tom lives like 45 minutes from where I do, and I don't ever see him.
But you see him on the road.
See him on the road quite a bit. Yep. We definitely see that. So the guys they're going to come from this pattern, and then we leave here on Sunday afternoon, Sunday night when we're done, head up to Kokomo, Indiana, and they're going to bowl on Bear when they get there on Monday.
Oh.
So they're going from this to Bear.
Oh.
So, yeah.
Oh.
They're going to get no breaks.
Oh, wow. Okay. That should be an interesting watch next week.
41 feet, 1.8 to 1. They made a small adjustment to Bear. It used to be 1 to 1 flat. They made it 1.8 to 1, but yeah, these guys are going to get beat up next week.
Are you going to be there?
I will be there. I leave here as soon as we get finished tomorrow. I got my about 2-hour drive to Kokomo, and going to watch the Super Bowl and then get ready for the PTQ at 9 a.m. on Monday.
For those who don't understand kind of all of what you do, and it's immense. If you're just joining us, we talked to Cecil, and he gave us more insight on. There's a video out that's essentially gone viral, I would say, in the bowling world through Cecil's own post, and then it was shared on behalf of Storm. They had some level of involvement, as Cecil talked about, with the donation of a bowling ball and a drilling system, et cetera, to help, in this particular case, a veteran and retired firefighter be able to bowl successfully with a prosthesis. And so along with that's part of your Vice umbrella, if you will.
Correct.
But we also see, obviously, on tour, which also can be Vice. In some cases, it also can be, other entities. So describe for the viewers who may not obviously know you on that level, kind of where you fall, what you do in this industry, and when folks see you out at various events.
So I am the PBA and PWBA tour rep for Vice Inserts, and that can be anything from going out to the truck to get the guy a piece of tape to completely refitting them, drilling new thumbs, working on their grip, working on ways to utilize any of our products to their advantage. Then I get to work with some of the players that aren't on a staff. So I get to do that. And then I am, during the TV shows for the PBA, I'm the statistician in the booth with Randy and Rob and Dave. So awesome stuff there. Then on the PWBA tour, on top of the Vice tour rep position, I'm also the player services manager for the ladies tour. I drill all the balls on the ladies tour for the athletes there. And I am also one of the instructors at Innovative Bowling Products Drilling School. So, and then this past year, I got the pleasure and honor to work with Coach Fred Borden, and Coach Pat Costello, Donna Connors, Carol Norman, Sean Rash, Liz Johnson, and we did a clinic in Houston with Fred Borden's World Class Bowling Academy, and that was a lot of fun, and learned so much there with all of the amount of knowledge that was in that room during that week was just wow. I mean, if you didn't walk away from that event, even as a coach, not learning something, then you weren't paying much attention. So then I have my own company that I make tools for pro shops. That Innovative is helping when Vice is helping me get to the market. One of the tools is available now, and so yeah, just I tell you, I mean, like I said, Vice is amazing to work with. I mean, they've allowed me to do so many different things, and you know, it's I mentioned again, I've got the best job on the planet. It would be hard pressed for anybody to go out and go, no, my job's better than yours, and prove it to me, because to me, I don't have a job. I have a passion, and the companies I work with, especially like I said with Vice, they give me the opportunities and allow me to come out here and work with the best bowlers on the planet, both male and female. And I mean, it is just, it doesn't get any better. And you know, that's one of our slogans. That, you know, we are the choice of champions, and it doesn't get any better. And I can tell you, for me, it doesn't.
If you are just joining us, again, this is game number 3. And looks like we've got a nice amount who continue to hop in. We appreciate you tuning in here to Bowlstream TV tonight. The advancers round of the 2022 Bradley Open, Louisville, Kentucky. Shout out to my man Daniel, who taught me how to say Louisville when we first met way back in 2006. Louisville, Kentucky.
Yep, it is not Louisville, it's Louisville. I think I said it correctly. It's close.
Louisville. Executive Strike and Spare. Big thanks to the title sponsors of the Bradley Open, QubicaAMF, Motiv. Additional sponsors include Classic Products, Creating the Difference, CTD, High Five Gear, and the 7 Leaf Company. It's been a great, almost full weekend. We're not quite to Sunday yet. But the Fairchild single shootout was Friday afternoon. That was won by Sean Rash, sponsored by High Five Gear. The last night's classic double shootout, sponsored by Classic Products, won by Kim Bolaby and Chad Roberts. We've already had essentially 3 squads, 2 full squads and like a mini squad.
Right, yep.
The Desperado would be the mini squad. And now we get a full 6-gamer here with 108 of, so far, the best bowlers here at the Bradley. Your impression since you kind of first time, so to speak, as we talked about a little bit earlier, of this event?
This event is impressive.
In person.
It is impressive. And it's, what's to me is the bowlers know what they're getting into when they come here. They know it's hard. They know it's very challenging. And you don't really see anybody not like really get upset when they shoot 160.
That's true.
Because they understand this is hard. And they know that's part of it. And yeah, it's been fun to watch. And then when you see, you know, the players that figure it out, and you like, okay. Yeah, it's impressive, and like I said, the way they run it, I mean, it's top notch, man. I would actually come back and bowl this if I had a chance. I'm sure I would not do very well, but that's okay. It would be fun. It would just be fun to be out here competing with these guys again. I haven't done it in so long till.
That's because you're always helping everybody.
Yeah. but I love doing that too. So.
All right, so give me a little intel here. We watch CB going high here. Looks like he's still near the gutter, the right side on 38. Had a couple of washouts to deal with, or at least one, I should say, in the second frame. We saw Maldi going high here. Are we starting to kind of hit that little transition point that you were talking about earlier, you think?
Yeah, and I think when the one shot that Barnes washed out, I just think he got the ball too forward and maybe threw it a little bit firm, and it just didn't see it. But, yeah, it's going to be
These two hands look identical.
Well, we may have just learned one of the issues. Good spare.
Yep. I believe he was referring to the left side. His comment was, these two hands look identical.
Oh, I thought he said lanes.
But let's see what, because like I said, he washed out on 37 and went high on 38. Let's see what he makes, see what move he makes here. And
Big washout pickup by Jacob Yazel. If it's the same Jacob, which I think it is, standout at, if my memory serves correct, Morehead State. It's very early in this game, but feels like kind of a big shot here for Chris.
he slowed that ball down.
Nicely done there. Mark Cope putting in some work. Again, Brandon Flora, Yazel, Mark Cope, Jeff Lyons, Sean Maldonado on 35 and 36. Actually, no. No, my apologies. That was Brandon Flora. Mark Cope did just strike them, or spare, excuse me. He is letter C, according to what I have in front of me. Cope, letter C. Yazel, letter B. Flora, letter A. Lyons, letter D. And I definitely know who Sean Maldonado is.
Yeah, I was just talking with Barnes. He was talking about he hasn't had any pair this week that the right lane is hooking as much as it is on 38. So he's already moved 3, and it went high again. He's going to move 3 more, and let's see what it creates here.
So he was talking about the lanes.
Yeah, yeah.
Are we going out spreading no false narrative, Cecil? You know, we can't have that in our sport.
No. Well, with Chris, I think he throws the ball left-handed just as good as he does right-handed.
I'm just playing. I've actually seen that, yes.
It is ridiculous how – it is that's the other thing about a lot of these players, how good they are, not only with the hand they throw it with normally, the other hand.
I feel like during a few shots of the singles shootout practice, once we got into the top 8, I saw Sean doing the same thing, rash. A couple shots with the left hand.
Sean throws the ball amazing left-handed.
Michael Mirabella is here in regards to what you guys are referencing in the chat. He is bowling as part of the 108 who have advanced to this point. All right, so we should have a score update coming up soon, and when I get that, I will give it to you after 2 games, or the score update, I should say, after 2 games. If you aren't following or haven't liked the Bradley Open, and just like that, Gary brings the scores. I mean, literally, just as I finished the sentence. He brings the scores over. All right, game 2 scores. A.J. Rice still in the lead at plus 72. Michael Rubin is second at plus 70, 237, 233. Brian Hatcher third at plus 63, big 265 in game 2. Jacob Buttriff fourth at plus 58. Kim Bolaby fifth at plus 51. Dwight Adams sixth at plus 47. Scott Camp seventh at plus 443. Scott Matthews is eighth at plus 40. David Stouffer ninth at plus 36. Bailey Maverick 10th at plus 35. This looks like one of those, seems like one of those but situations where you get to the new round and, you know, the players are kind of starting to turn it on. Like, to me, the atmosphere in the building is completely different now than it was.
It's way more serious than what it was
ago.
Oh, without a doubt.
I'll keep on going here. Where did I leave off? I think I left off at Bailey at 10th at plus 35. Sam Cooley 11th. Shout out to Kayla in the chat, by the way. She's got first-hand source knowledge of Sam Cooley's scores well before we know him. So I appreciate Kayla for that. We should hire her as a reporter. Matt Zweig is 12th at plus 30. Jesper Svensson is 13th at plus 24. Mike Martell, 14th at plus 23. Excuse me. Zach Sanders and Chris Pollard tied for 15th at plus 22. Nick Pate, 17th at plus 20. Kevin Williams, 18th at plus 16. Brandon Novak, 19th at plus 14. And tied for 20th, Chad Roberts, Sean Rash, and Thomas Larson, all at plus 13. 37 players are even or plus, and that number has actually remained the same from game 1 to 2. Zach Tackett at the moment is 40th, and that number has remained the same at -3 as far as the cut number after 2 games. All right, I saw a couple questions. I just talked about Sam Cooley. Who is the Storm old guy? I don't know what that means, Rich.
What was the comment?
Maybe might be referencing the gentleman wearing the Storm jersey on 35 and 36. I'm not saying that gentleman is old by any stretch. I'm only referring to your comment in the chat. But I think that's who you could be referring to, and if that is indeed the case, then that is, I believe that's Mark Cope.
And what we were discussing earlier, Barney's move on 38 was the right move. He's much better shot.
For those who may have missed that, what was that move?
So he threw the ball on the left lane, and then he watched some players on the right lane about how much the ball was hooking. So he moved 3, and it still went high. So he come back on the left lane and struck, moved another 3 on the left lane, and it went half pocket swisher, and then he turned around and did it again. So now he's turned that into a 3-bagger. Now we'll see when he gets back up on 38 if he can continue that string.
Baldy's got his spare game working. He's yet to find a strike here through 5 frames on 35 and 36. For those asking about any info regarding the pattern, it does not exist to the public, me, players, etc.
And me talking about length is just an absolute guess, just from watching past tournaments and ball reactions. It is not that I have insight on anything.
It's tough when you sometimes don't strike on your good lane, and the right lane has seemed to be the good lane for Brandon Flora on 35 and 36. All right, so we had a J.R. Raymond question. J.R. Raymond is currently minus 33. We had a Tom Albert. Yeah, not seeing him. Trevor Roberts. Trevor 36 at +1. Yeah, +1. Ryan for Linda. Ryan is minus 25 currently. And someone asked about the pair that Kurt Pelon is on currently. Timeless style, Kurt Pelon. Right now for game 3 is on 19 and 20.
And Barnes missed a head pin, washed out again.
Well, just taking a brief glance around our pairs here, and guys are going left. I see a spot where a spare 5-bagger down on 31 and 32. I don't know who that is. Might be Zach Tackett, maybe? Or Brandon Coombs. It might be Brandon Coombs. We'll keep an eye out. So the high scores that we saw first couple of games, I won't say they're non-existent, but certainly
they look like they're calming down.
It's starting to take a little dip. Hi, Mr. Pate. The standings should be handled, and I don't know for sure, I haven't checked, but standings, first and foremost, have typically been on the Bradley Open Facebook page. Nick Pate is at +20, by the way. Trevor was 35th at +1. Daniel, right now 51st at -24. And again, JR 60th at -33. Zach Tackett right now is the number 40th after 2 games at -3. Finally got a strike there that Maldi in the 6th frame. Starting to slow down. It's certainly the right call at this point.
Yeah, and the spare four-bagger was Brandon Coomers.
Love to see where he's playing. Hard to tell from this angle at the moment. How many good folks in the chat have been to Louisville? I'm sure there's probably been a good amount. Depending on where you live, certainly, or if you bowl, you probably have made at least one trip here at some point in your lifetime. Maybe you bowl the Derby often, which is in this building. Brandon Novak, 19th at plus 14. All right, Barnes here on 37. Oh, let's see, we got some folks that have been here recently. High school, some who haven't bowled or been here in several years.
Where you going to? Lane. I think it's Lane 31.
Yeah, that's never good, Chris. Here's Maldi. But this pair looks rough. 35 and 36. Well, there's more people who haven't been here than I assumed or thought. Which, it'd be the same for me as a ton of places I haven't been. Just one strike here through 7 from Maldi, but he's doing what he's got to do, keeping the spare game popping. But 35 and 36 seems a little
Tricky?
yes. At this point, Cecil, I'm going to take a look at, or actually take a look at where Maldi is. But specifically, this entire pair, 35 and 36. Most have still been trying to play the gutter, at least in that area. And there seems to be a lot of early hook now.
Who started on this pair?
Let's see. Had Jalen Mosley, Joseph Grondin, Joe Grondin, Kyle Troop, and Terrence Bright.
Rev right.
Terrence Bright was kind of in the middle of the lane, throwing it hard. Jalen Mosley was out actually playing the gutter. Joe Grondin was kind of in between, and obviously Kyle Troop, but I don't remember exactly where Troop. I think Troop was close to the middle of the lane too. I think.
Then the last group come through. I think the only person that was, they only had two or three people playing the gutter. So it could just be simply surface creating that now. Let's take a look and see what's. But if you watch, he's playing in, and the ball, once it read the front part of the lane, and I think, like I said, earlier we talked, it's just the amount of surface that they're using on the bowling balls. Let's see what Maldy's doing. So he moved a little right. He kind of got out of that spot, more in the middle where the guys have been playing fallback, and with so much surface. So he kind of got right of that and just got a little softer with his speed and let the ball do the work, so to speak. But see that ball right there? Never even attempted to hook down lane. I think it's just because it's all picking up in the front from the amount of surface that's being used to get the ball to read the middle, so they keep it on, basically keep the ball on line.
Question about Scott. He's eighth at plus 40. Scott Matthews, that is. Got a Sam Cooley update, 172. And an oof, I like that, Kayla. This feeling right now, what we're seeing is kind of what most of the qualifying for the general portions of it felt like, where once you got to it was almost like there were just like traps all over the place in the hits, and they were hooking spot traps, and if you found one, who knows what was going to happen.
And get away from it in a hurry.
And we'll take that, Mr. Cope. But if you went away from it, and in some cases, that too was trouble. Ooh, slow moving. Slow moving here in game number 3.
Barney just gave me a little tidbit on Darty. He had 50 in the 5th and shot 160. So he made some change in the back half of that game. See again, that ball hooked in the fronts, and he's getting trapped. So now if he moves a little left and he doesn't catch that, the ball may never see it, and he just won't carry a corner pin.
Exact same lead for Barnes. Both right and left lane, the last 2 shots. Should be a pretty interesting Beef and Barnesy show next week.
Yes.
Recapping their experiences here this weekend.
Yeah, it's definitely it'll be a little interesting. That be a fly on the wall for that conversation. And as we look right and left a couple pairs away, I've only seen one 200 game this game so far. We've got one with 119 in the ninth with a spare up, 124, a 121, a 143.
Trying to take care of the washouts.
Just like that.
Nicely done. Keeps himself clean. Let's see who's coming up next for game number 4. Jacob Rowan, Nathan Peck, Mike Mitchell, Mike Mossbarger, 35 and 36. William Burns, Zach Madley, Tony Lambert, Brent Boho, and Tom Hess on 37 and 38. Then over on 33 and 34, we'll catch a little bit of Dan Higgins, Nick Pate, Eric Jones, Mike Rubin. We'll take a look at that pair too, because Mike Rubin is second after 2 games. And Jerry Marr is also on that pair as well. So on this pair specifically, Brandon Flora, Jacob Yezel have started right, migrated left in the same game. And again, finding that situation that we talked about. Meanwhile, Jeff Lyons, the lone open in the 6th for Jeff. Powerful strike here, first one in the 10th. One more, he'll be in the 2 teens. They're getting grindy here at the Bradley. Like grindy times 2.
Zeke Bates just came by, said he shot 237 the last game. So he's found something, getting a little softer with the roll and just letting the ball kind of just pick up on its own.
Appreciate everyone tuning in as we get near the end of game number 4. Nice game for Jeff Lyons, 207. If you're just joining us and have questions about the pattern's not released. It's similar, I believe, every year. It is tweaked also every year.
Answer to that question, it's HARD.
In that order.
Amen. Seen them all, I got that a little quick, and it never saw it. And scratching his head on the way back.
I'm trying to remember where I've seen Mike Rubin.
Hey, thanks, man. Thank you.
Ooh,
Oh, wow.
wrap around.
Brother.
All right, Maldi finishes with 176. Jeff Lyons' 207 is going to be the high score on 35 and 36.
He moved deeper, and the ball never even, he just.
What an interesting, I don't know, it's there are some similarities starting to see here with what we just saw specifically in game 3 to I think what I saw a little bit early on the fresh, but it's also different in the sense too.
I definitely think part of it was just strictly surface and the amount of surface that was used. Like, just like right there, he made a move in because he'd been playing the gutter. He made a move in and it never even attempted to change directions. I think that's the slowest I've ever seen Tom Hess throw a bowling ball. But I think he's doing the right thing, though. See, like when I go Brooklyn, I tell everybody, I did that on purpose. I read the rack. I'd seen the pin was off spot. Don't want to let them know I threw a horrible shot. I read the rack.
I'll give him one last shot here. Mark Cope. Good catch, William Burns. And then I'm going to take a peek over at 33 and 34.
Jerry Mars is up on the left lane. Dan Higgins on the right lane. As his wife likes to inform him that he's the one that does not have a national title in that family.
Well played, is Jen Higgins. Game 4 of 6. Again, Nick Pate, Jerry Mars, they are in the third frame. Mike Rubin, also on the pair again with Eric Jones and Dan Higgins.
See where Nick's in a little bit.
That's a rare miss. A single pin there for Nick Pate.
Yeah, he's normally a pretty good spare shooter. See what Dan does here on the left lane. I think 31 and 32 is actually shaping a little bit better than what 35 and 6 were doing. As you seen that ball there for Dan, it looked like it was going to be right flush, and all of a sudden it just kind of checked up. And that ball there did the same thing. And then Tom Hess on 38. Misses a tick right, picks his feet up, and barely gets to the head pin.
I'm curious for those who have bowled or witnessed the Bradley in person, or in any fashion at this point. Did it get to a point where, I feel like this round is like heavy roller coaster, right? And we got to the top pretty quick.
We did. we are in a free fall right now. And that's what we were talking about earlier with the scores. We're like, man, they're really up there. And I just said, well, it's early.
Right.
And
All right, appreciate that, Chris. That's a great way to describe that. Yeah, because it's kind of strange in here right now.
yeah, definitely the atmosphere in the building has significantly changed.
It feels like it's a full-on survival mode now.
And all business.
Yes, absolutely, Sue. This pair is a few frames ahead. So give them a few looks here. They are through 4.
And again, Dan's going to have to make a move on both lanes.
Back-to-back splits here for Mr. Higgins. Michael Rubin back in the 1-3 with the 10-pin. And Jerry Mars. Mars is going strike, 8 spare, 9 spare strike. Then the 4th. That's a big double.
He's in playing the same zone as what Dan is playing, but I think just his ball speed is what's stopping the ball from going through the face.
All right, another good one here for Pate. Let's see, double and then the rare miss on the 10-pin. Back on it in the 4th. This is his 5th frame off.
Let's see what Dan Higgins does here to see if he can get the ball off the face. Back-to-back splits here for Dan, and let's see what kind of move he's going to make here. See if we can.
What would you suggest in this situation?
I would probably move 1 or 2 left, or move 1 and pick up a little bit of the speed just to keep it on line. Because I think his angles to the pockets are going to be okay. He just needs to get it to where just a little bit of he's getting some shape now. Now he can use it to his advantage. I think he's going to move here. And he did. But
pretty good shot.
Yep. Now he could probably cheat that back one, and he'd be in good shape.
Perez, by the way, just to our left. There he is right there in your shot. That's left at 6-pin. He went spare 5-bagger. Over on 31 and 32. He is in the 7th frame. We'll see Michael Rubin's shot, and then we'll go back to the featured pairs here for a little bit. That was not the easiest 1-3-6-10 ever made, I can tell you that. I think the 6 and the 10 seem to be a little offset. All right, so Brent Boho on the right of your screen. Open with a single pin miss. 9 spare strike, looking for a double, still right.
Trips rolls a 4. There we go.
You watch that ball start to read the lane as soon as he got past the arrows in that sense. It was just.
You can see it start to bog down right there and then just blend it. And then sometimes when they see that, then they want to throw it a little firmer to get it past that spot, and then it just and then it just never sees any of the lane.
We should have score updates in hand pretty soon. Shout out to my man Gary for providing those for me to let you know during the broadcast. So I'll be able to tell you exactly where your favorite bowler might be. Tony Lambert can't get anything to read. And I feel like he's thrown some pretty good shots, specifically on this left lane. I talked to Kim Bowleby about this earlier because it was something I noticed specifically with left-handers on lane 37 yesterday. Or Jacob Buttroff, if he got a ball going left of like 12, 13, it was just going to continue going left. Never really had the opportunity to get into any motion down lane. There was someone else, another lefty that experienced that, and I asked Kim Bowleby about that. And he said he thought there were a few pairs that kind of gave that impression, both lefties and righties. There were particular pairs where righties kind of faced that a little bit, where your ball might kind of back up, at least it seemed like.
Yeah, and I mean, just like where he just threw that shot then, you could actually watch it look like it wanted to pick up and go, and it just like another 4 or 5 feet before it ever even attempted to make a move.
No doubt on Dan Higgins there, trips with Tom. Dan Higgins synonymous with the Open Championships.
Oh, without a doubt.
Update on Gene Perez. Made the spare in the 7th, open in the 8th. That particular pair at the moment, I think Stu Williams, Gene Perez, Michael Martell, and Collier Pavey putting in some work. Right now 31 and 32.
Bofo covering the 10 pin that time. Missed it in the first.
Thank you. All right, updated scores. All right, wow. Holy heck. After 3 games, I'll make sure I give Michael Rubin a few more frames, as he's now in the lead. 733 for Michael Rubin, the first 3.
133, wow.
Plus 133, 237, 233, 263.
He likes threes.
He does like threes. Brian Hatcher second at plus 68. Jacob Buttroff is third at plus 66. AJ Rice is fourth at plus 57. Scott Matthews still in the top 10, fifth at plus 54. Now he's in the top 5. Dwight Adams sixth at plus 50. Matt Zweig seventh at plus 44. Michael Martell is eighth at plus 42. And Martell on his way to another big game. Kim Bowleby ninth at plus 40. Zach Tackett went from being 40th to 10th in one game. He was -3, and the number after 2, he is now 10th at plus 33. He shot 236 and moved 30 spots.
I told you.
That was like old school junior goal right there, where you shoot 230 in a game and you could like make up 100 spots in the standings. Chad Roberts is 11th at plus 30. Thomas Larson 12th at plus 29. Brandon Novak is 13th at plus 26. David Stouffer 14th at plus 624. Or I'm sorry, plus 24, I beg your pardon. Brian Halen is 15th at plus 21. Gene Perez and Scott Camp tied at plus 20 for 16th place, but Perez's number is going to go up. He struck in the 9th, by the way. Sean Rash, 18th at plus 16. Zeke Bates, 19th at plus 13. Daniel Ferris, 20th. Big 235 for Daniel in game 3. He's at plus 11 in 20th place. Chris Colella is now the number at minus 19. Minus 19 is currently 40th. Again, as always, if there's a particular player, let's see, I know some folks wanted to hear from Sam Cooley is plus 6. He's in 23rd. Jesper Svensson, might as well keep on going. Jesper at 21st at plus 10. Mentioned Dan Higgins, 22nd right now, plus 8. Cooley, 23rd at plus 6. Derek Patterson, 24th at +2. He is tied with Joe Grondin and Chris Pollard at +2. Bailey Maverick, 27th at +1. Ram Fa is even in 28th. Stu Williams, -1 in 29th. Mitch Beasley, 30th at -6. Jerry Mars, 31st at -8. Nick Pate, 32nd at -10. Trevor Roberts, 33rd at -11. Zach Sanders, 34th at -12. Brian Robinson is 35th at -16. He is tied with Chris Barnes at that number for 35th place. Ben Sovol is 37th at -17. He too tied with Kevin Williams at that number. Ty McKinney, 39th at -18, and Chris Colella, -19 in 40th place. Ryan Liederbach, important message for Linda Ardo. Ryan Liederbach, right now, 41st, 1 pin back of the number. Mike Mossberger, Jeremy Thomas, 2 pins back. Zach Madley, 3 pins back. It's pretty close in that area.
Gene Perez is going to be in the 220s.
All right, so we'll see Brent Boho. Mike Rubin is in the 10th frame. He can only get to 188 this game. Michael Martell has a chance to get into the 240s. Big strike for Martell, first one in the 10th. Talked about Madley. Quick look at Rubin real quick. This is his second shot, 10th frame. Wow. Not many people have that look.
Nope.
He'll be in the 180s this game, however, and give a few pins back, but boy. Didn't anticipate seeing some plus 133 action.
No. And if you look at it, that really could have been considerably less than 180 because he had 89 in the 6th, and then he's thrown possibly 5 out of the last 6.
One more look.
Michael Martell is in the 240s with a double in the 10th. Gene Perez, 224. With a single pin miss in the 8th, so he could have been in the 230s.
All right, we had some requests. Let me get to those real quick. Saw that 4-9 to the left of your screen. That was Jerry Mars. All right, quick look at Nick Pate. Final shot here for, I'm sorry, second shot in the 10th frame for Jerry Mars. This will put him in the 230s. And Jerry can get to 235. Jerry Mars right now, -8. He's going to be in the 230s here in game 4. Nick Pate, strike would get him to 202. He is -10. Currently after 3 games, aced all 3 in the 10th. 202 for Nick Pate. .233 officially for Mars. All right, back to the chat here. J.R. Raymond. J.R. Raymond, -42. Get some good info on Zach Madley. Bo Wallace asked about Tom Doherty. Tom Doherty right now, 87th. Wow, -89.
148, 168 the last 2. And like I said, that 168, he had 50 in the 5th. So I'm interested to see what he did this game here in game 4.
Where is Austin Kohler? Austin Kohler right now tied with Jacob Yezel at -54. And Jeremy Thomas. Jeremy is -21 in 43rd. He is just 2 pins back right now of the number. Eric Wiley. Eric Wiley, -91 and 88th, and Adam Zimmerman, -74. And I mentioned Brandon Novak. He is +26 right now in 13th. Again, the top 40 advance to the cashers round tomorrow morning. Get an extra hour of sleep. Well, maybe like 30 minutes. Depending on who you are, I guess. That'll help me, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, without a doubt. I'll take it. For me, I'll push it to 45. I'll iron clothes or something tonight, lay them out, have them ready to go get an extra 15.
So as the pace is slowed
for a game, it looks like it picked back up for a little bit here with a couple of scores we see. 2-0, 230, 240, 220. 230 down.
Cecil, you've watched a lot of bowling in your day, and will continue to watch a lot of bowling.
Yes, sir.
What do you think? And I'm sure there's a few things. When you get a mix of, we've got professionals, we've got a lot of high-level type amateurs, we've got amateurs, wherever the level is, what, in your opinion, kind of separates those levels based on what you have seen? I mean, and obviously, right, there's some players who we both know that just aren't pros, right, for whatever reasons. They certainly could be talent-wise, all that kind of stuff. So, but typically, what kind of separates those tiers, in your opinion?
Part of his experience, because the touring players versus a regional player have so much more experience and communication with each other on a, I mean, you gotta remember, some of these guys live with each other out here on tour. So the communication and the talk is constant. Where a regional player, they get to see every once in a while, maybe once a week or once every other week. So the communication is there, and these guys pick up stuff so quick because of that. And I think that's part of the separation from a regional to a touring player. And also, I mean, you got some great regional players, but they never have the chance or can come out on the national tour on a regular basis. And that's the other thing. You have to do it on a regular basis. You can't come out here part-time and do a tournament here, a tournament there, because these guys are 3 and 4 moves ahead of you. They're already 2 ball changes and 4 moves, and you're still trying to figure out if your ball's hooking in the front or not. You know what I mean? They've already made 2 ball changes and 3 zone changes on you, and you're like, what just happened? So that's part of it, I think.
By the way, big 5-bagger for Tony Lambert after it seemingly seemed like he had nothing. But that's the sign, obviously, of a great player. He's turned something or nothing into something. So we'll see the 3-time winner's 10th frame here coming up on 37 and 38. Quality game being bowled here by Mike Mitchell. 1 open in the 6th.
Did that kind of clarify your answer?
Oh yeah, certainly. Yeah. I mean, it's all based on what you think, so there was no right or wrong.
Right, but I mean, it's just, I mean, you have some amateurs that are really, really good. But because of family or work or whatever, they don't get to come out and bowl on a regular basis out here on tour. And they've decided not to do that because their job at home and their family is more important than coming out and bowling on tour. I mean, look at the success Dan Higgins has had at the national tournament. I mean, we both know those patterns are not easy, but he's had a lot of success at it. High rollers, all the mega bucks events, Dan's had success there. So I mean, it's.
You want to hear something wild?
Oh, there you go.
Okay, Mr. Burns. and maybe you knew this, maybe you didn't. Well, I'll find out here. Kim Bowlby told me today he bowled a Megabucks tournament at age 12.
Really?
Yes.
For some reason, that doesn't surprise me. But that's interesting. 12 years old bowling a Megabucks tournament. Like Trey Ford bowling a national tour stop at 13.
The question, or how that came about, I had asked a question into the chat earlier that day about kind of what was that tournament where they decided, like, okay, I'm going to go out, see where I'm at. I'm going to go test my skills and, quote unquote, your first maybe adult deal. And we had some folks talk about obviously nationals, right? The Open Championships. The Hoinky was a very popular choice.
Oh yeah.
Regionals.
Super Hoinky on Thanksgiving and
so I asked Kim that. He said, yeah, but Megabucks tournament at 12. I'm like, what? Of course, and he told me his dad was also, I think he said he had bowled a little bit on tour, so his dad, big influence into his certainly career choice and where he is now in that sense, and said, hey, let's go see where we're at, basically. We go bowl Megabucks tournament.
that's impressive in itself.
Yeah, that's not even.
And it shows no fear on his part, his part, and it shows the encouragement that his father gave him to go give it a shot and see where it lands.
Back-to-back splits. Fortunately for Tom Hess, he shoots 160. I was still, hanging out in Miss Morsett's class at 12.
And at 12, I was just picking the ball up.
Yes, still learning how to bowl.
12 was when I picked the bowling ball up and actually started bowling on a regular basis. So, yeah, he's already bowling Megabucks tournaments, and I'm throwing my mom's Galaxy 300.
All right, here is Tony Lambert looking for 6 in a row. The left lane certainly has been tricky, and it got quiet, man. All the Louisville support is something else. Come on, come on. I got to read this article that Vern Hughes sent me too. Earlier today, I was talking about I wondered what it would be like, or what it was like for Tony Lambert to, obviously as a very early adopter of the two-handed style.
Right.
And I'm sure some of the detractors, backlash, etc., that he experienced, being a first, of course. Certainly not the way he was looking to finish that 10th frame. He shoots 199. He got himself to a situation where he could have, or he did make something out of nothing. But Vern Hughes sent me a newspaper clip. I don't remember the year, but it's about Tony. I got to read it before I forget.
That'd be interesting to read. I met him years ago when they were bowling the league here on Saturday afternoon, which is impressive in itself, is the fact that there's a league on Saturday afternoon in an adult league in a city, and it took up every lane in the house.
Oh, man, that's normal. That might be like a Midwestern Central, because if you go to Chicago, there's nothing but Saturday afternoon leagues.
See, we don't have that where I'm at.
And
Saturday afternoon is glow bowling.
Saturday afternoon, Saturday evening, and big money.
Detroit on Sunday mornings at
Detroit.
Allen Park.
I know some folks who, would just make the drive to Detroit to bowl league.
Back when I was bowling, I would have, if I was close, I would drive to go shoot that league. if you got hot at the right time in that league, you wouldn't have to work. You could just bowl on Sunday mornings.
I've heard some stories. Folks who were able to do that for a little bit. Heard some stories.
Second game, I think they bowled doubles, and sometimes the winner was $4,000 and $5,000. That's crazy numbers, man. Sam Cooley struck on the first ball. He's happy, clapping.
Yeah, Sam Cooley, Jacob Buttroff.
Almost got a smile out of Sam.
Let's see, Cooley, Buttroff. We had some questions about Austin Kohler in regards to scores. He's joined us now. Jacob Horrell and Chris Colella, who was the number after 3 games. And then Darren Crane, Graham Fogg, Chris Sloan, and Dwight Adams on 35 and 36.
Flush for Dwight. The look on Butler's face when he threw that shot just then on 37, I don't think he was expecting that ball reaction.
I didn't see it, but did it look like it backed up?
Pretty much. And you can see right there, it looked like it wanted to go, and then it just another 3 or 4 feet. And that was kind of what they were running into last game on that pair.
Yeah, I was going to say Tony Lambert was running to that on that lane the entire game. But I'm telling you, that's the lane that I noticed. And obviously, I've been watching it the entire time I've been here. Specifically for lefties, it hasn't been too friendly.
Like we were talking earlier, what's the difference between those levels? Right there just proved it. He threw 1 shot and has already put another ball on the ball return. He's not even wasting time. He's not wasting 2-3 frames. He threw 1 shot and he's already making a ball change.
That would be it's a good point regarding experience. You learn that you can't waste time. Don't be afraid to make moves. Commit to it and go.
And that's the other thing is when these guys make a move, they commit to it. They don't halfway, well, maybe. They commit to it, and then if they make a quality shot and it didn't work, then they'll make another one. But they'll tell you if you don't commit to it 100%, you'll never really know if it was going to be the right move. I still agree with Randy. I think Bailey should show up with some Ray-Bans and a leather jacket. I mean, with a Bailey Maverick. I mean, how could you not have a, you know what I mean?
I was going to say, where do you see Bailey? Okay, there he is on 33 and 34. Game 5 of 6 here, the Cashers round. We are just a couple of games away from learning who the top 40 bowlers will be, who will advance to tomorrow morning's Cashers round here from Executive Strike and Spare in Louisville, Kentucky. My name is Emil Williams Jr. Pleased to be joined by Cecil Scarborough of Vice. Dwight Adams impressed me earlier. He just came out and said, all right, I'm going to just play the gutter. Oh, my goodness.
Wow, fast 8 with a tap, the ultimate.
Lord have mercy. Okay, Chris Sloan. Chris kind of got that look in his eye. All right. Appreciate those who have shared, liked, posted about, etc. Thumbs up, I always appreciate it. Hit that thumbs up button. The old like. If you haven't subscribed already, encourage you to do that too. Turn your notifications on. You can see when we're streaming. We've got, again, 2 additional rounds tomorrow, obviously. Cashers round and then the finals. Top 8 tomorrow afternoon. And then many, of course, not only heading home, but probably finding somewhere to watch the Super Bowl. Cecil's already laid out his plan. And that's what he's going to do before driving to Kokomo. And probably like many of these players, obviously, who are also specifically the tour players who are heading to Kokomo.
Let's take a look at Graham Faw here on the right lane and see what kind of start with strikes, fair strike. Let's see if he can double this up. Sam Cooley here on 37.
Oh, that looked pretty good.
That looked really good. Just really forward with his hand and just got it to the friction and let the friction make it change direction. Just let it roll through it.
I'm pretty sure we should have a score update soon.
Butters made a ball change on the left lane, took it to the right lane, and it went high. So what I think he should do is use this ball that he just threw on the left lane and go back to the ball that he started with on the left lane that didn't hook and throw that on the right lane.
Oh, that's a thank you very much right there.
Yes, sir. I'm not quite sure what hit the 5-pin. It may have been a finger hole or something.
Someone asked me about Landon Yazel earlier. I'm sorry. I just saw him bowl and realized I never answered that. So let's see. After 3 games, Landon was minus 69. Again, after 3.
Now, if you look at the first 2 shots that the right-handers have thrown on 37, they're significantly deeper than where like Tom Hess and then were playing them earlier. And I think somebody needs to shoot at 37 just to see if they can strike. We're missing, I think, 3 pins.
Well, people have been asking about Austin Kohler, and right now Austin is delivering. You're on 37 and 38 with an early 3-bagger.
And if you look, he's a little bit deeper than where they were at earlier, and he's just really slow rolling the ball. and just letting the lane. He's just tilting it and letting the lane bring it right up to the pocket. He's made some really nice shots so far. Hop, skip, and a strike.
Yeah, Bailey Maverick just off camera. For those of you who watched, what did he bowl? B squad?
See, now he caught that trap area right there. I didn't mean to interrupt you there, but he caught that trap area, and that ball hooked almost out of his hand. It basically hooked at his toes. So back to Bailey.
Oh, yeah, no worries, no worries. But Bailey, and next time he's up, we'll show that again. It's something you may have referenced as Sam Cooley, big double there. that gets a smile. That gets a smile this time. And seeing some players move up on the approach, and that's what Bailey has done, which what I assumed to be early was to kind of slow himself down.
Correct.
In that sense, basically, essentially three-stepping, but from the right side and kind of playing the right gutter, so to speak, as opposed to what you might see normally, lofting.
You would be three-stepping and you would be playing the left gutter, not the right gutter, and you'd be lofting it over it, exactly.
And lane 37 is not trying to give up full pins.
See, Graham got his hand around that one, and it overreacted. The first one that he struck on, he really got it forward, and you can see the difference when they make that hand change.
When you say forward, for those who may be curious what you mean when you say that, describe what you're referencing.
So when the players are wanting to get the ball to roll more in a more forward manner, they're wanting to chase the fingers straight up the back, more up the back of the ball, instead of getting their hand and thumb around the side of the ball. And like on that shot there, he got his hand around the side of the ball, created a little more axis rotation, and by doing that, you've seen the ball change directions harder. Where the shot before, where he struck on this lane, he got the hand more forward, and the ball was rolling in a more forward manner, less axis rotation, and by doing that, then the ball stayed on line.
Good breakdown there. A good question here from Paul Thomas. Hello to or everyone tuning in for perhaps the first time. Northwest Missouri Senior Bowling Tour. I see you. Good work, by the way. You guys do good stuff. As well, the question from Paul Thomas, and I see Mike Mitchell. I'll check that out here. Paul asks, which attack strategy at this point seems to be working out the best? Angling in from the gutter or tight angles up the middle across the house? That answer could have changed a couple times at this point, considering where we are in Game 5.
And seeing there, Chris got it a little quick and a little forward, and the ball never saw it. There's still a few guys playing on the gutter, but not as many. Sean Rash is straight up the gutter. But some of the guys have moved in, and I think, like you said, it's changed and flip-flopped a little bit, because when you saw the scores kind of go down the way they did in Game 3, guys are going to start moving and fishing. They got to find something, because this isn't the luxury of what it was in qualifying, where they just had to see. Graham got that ball a lot more forward, less axis rotation, and it stayed on line.
Mike Mitchell, after 3 games, minus 58. You are welcome, both Paul and Aaron. It's funny. Good. Yeah, absolutely, by the way. I was referencing the chat there. Sam Cooley. Where was Sam again after 3? And Kayla might have dropped a game 4 score already for Sam. Sam was +6 after 3. Oh, that's a good question. Chris Hester said, very nice breakdown there, Cecil. High-level information. Just goes to show just how tricky this game is at this level.
Without a doubt.
Got that right.
I wish we could slow Dwight's release down and watch his elbow. How it unloads his hand at the bottom of the swing.
All right, we got some scores. We'll talk about that in just a second. Yeah, CG asked me, did anyone to me stand out or who impressed me in both squads at the time, A and B, when he asked that question. And there were a few that did a couple of cool things in various spots, almost a big 4 make there. But now seeing Dwight again, I'm like, man, he's he's just out there getting it done.
And he's another one that could compete out on tour, but just doesn't.
This is my first encounter seeing him this week. We'll see if Austin Kohler can keep the streak going here. All right, so here we go. Uh-oh. All right, so I guess got the word from Kayla. I also see it now in the standings in regards to Sam Cooley. We'll see where that puts him. All right, so let's do this thing. Mike Rubin is still your leader after 4 at plus 121. Jacob Buttroff second at plus 102. Michael Martell is third at plus 89. Dwight Adams fourth at plus 81. A.J. Rice fifth at plus 66. Brian Hatcher sixth at plus 54. Matthew Zweig seventh at plus 52. Sean Rash eighth at plus 49. Gene Perez ninth at plus 44. Jerry Mars 10th at plus 25. Kim Bolaby 11th at plus 23. David Stouffer 12th at plus 22. There's a tie for 13th with Chad Roberts and Zach Tackett at plus 12. Joe Grondin 15th at plus 3. Stu Williams 16th at even. Dom Barrett right now is the number at 40th. At minus 34. Well, let's see. So let's try something here. Why don't you send me that video? And then I'm going to email it to myself. And then I'm going to try to load this thing in the software and see if we have time to break it down. Solid work here on this pair, by the way, by this group. Austin's got some support in the crowd. Trying to make some moves. Let's see, where is Kohler? He is 30th. Austin Kohler 30th. Actually, no, I'm sorry. Tied for 29th with Graham Fa at minus 18. Brian Valenta, my man, has moved into the top 40. He is 30 back.
That is a name we haven't heard in a while.
We've been chatting it up. Of course, been telling a few stories about my time bowling with him. Nathan Bohr is back into the top 40 as well at minus 31. Again, the number is minus 34. Jeremy Thomas, he's been asked about tonight. He is at minus 33, right now in 39th place. Zeke Bates is 36th. 33 back. Scott Matthews, unfortunately, boy, he went back to the pack. He shot 124 in game 4. And now is in a tie for 34th at minus 22. Daniel Farish, 27th. Oh, I'm sorry, tied for 26th at minus 12. I may have said that already. Again, right now, the cut after 4. Again, after 4 games, we're taking 40 bowlers, is minus 34.
And if you look down 6 more places, it's only 4 pins separating them.
Yeah, it's pretty close. Nice spare. Graham Foss showing out a little bit. All right, final shot will come from Dwight Adams on this pair. It seems like he bowled way better than 183 that game.
Yeah, with the early open with the fast 8 and the tap on top of it.
Well, see, so we're coming down to it, my man. Appreciate everyone for tuning in, being gracious with your time tonight, enjoying bowling. It is now 10:17 Eastern time. By the way, Todd, I'm feeling all right. You know, there's some weekends where you're gonna earn your pay in this business. This is one of those weekends. That's why we do what we do. I wouldn't be here if I didn't like it. It all evens out, as we like to say. Maybe not.
No, it does.
But, no, I'm doing all right. I'm doing all right. I'll get some potassium here in a second. Prepare myself for, obviously, the last few frames, the final game, and then get as much sleep as possible. And be back at it to watch somebody win $10,000 tomorrow.
There's a thing called sleep.
Believe it or not.
Okay.
I don't know how accurate it is. All right, so Cecil's going to go to the restroom. That actually was a sign of 14 hours right there. That was a full-on Ron Burgundy moment. There's clearly no need for me to tell you that Cecil needed to go to the restroom. But it was important because I was about to queue up something that we had talked about. Rick, yes, that was Dwight. Yes.
He's so funny. I'm standing on 1 right now. -2.
All right, wrapping up the 10th frame here on 37 and 38. Shout out to Kenny Stevens, who is Bluegrass 300, normally in the Bowl TV or Bowl Stream TV chat. But he's also in the Bowl TV chat often, too. He actually stopped by to watch a few individuals that he knew and came by to say hello. I appreciate him. All right, so Brian Ivy, and then I think I missed a couple of other items. I apologize. Kim, the best place, well, I was going to say the place to check what has been the Bradley Open Bowling Tournament Facebook page, which is the name of it on Facebook. I think they've had some updates at some point, but others have said they checked and didn't see anything. So if there is someone in particular that you are looking for, I do have the standings as of game number 4 in my hand, and I've been helping folks find out who they've been wanting to see or perhaps who they've been missing here as well. Big 10th frame here for Jacob Butcher, but when you're second, you got some room to work with. So,
a couple of spots.
He's in good position. Let me check on Ivy. And then at the end of 37 and 38's game, before we really get going with 35 and 36, Cecil had mentioned something about Dwight Adams, and specifically elbow to release. Of course, Dwight just bowled on our pair, or 35 and 36, I should say. I'm going to try to cue that up and allow Cecil to try to break that down if we can. Okay, Brian Ivy. Ivy at minus 142. Minus 142. Good evening to Chris Pulliam. Appreciate you tuning in. As the numbers go up, baby, the cut number is coming soon. All right, I don't think I've missed anything else at the moment. Buttriff, 171. Big moving game for Austin Kohler here, who again is 30th currently at minus 18. His last game was 236. In fact, his first game of 200 or more happened in game 4, and he is following this up with what could be a game of 250 or better. First one in the 10th, bang. Coming up in game 6, already on the featured pairs, as you can see on 35 and 36, J.R. Raymond, Chris Pollard, D.C. Boysaw, who was in the chat, by the way, appreciate that, and Tyler Slawbaugh. Oh, get the 10 out.
250 game here, that's a big move.
Wow. Well, we talked about what 230, I believe it was. Yeah, what 236 got Zach Tackett in game 3, moved him up 30 spots. Ridiculous. Now this would be, of course, now back-to-back games of 230 or better. Specifically, this one is going to be in the 250s. $255 for Mr. Kohler. Okay, let's change a graphic or two. We'll move that into game number 6. We'll move this one into game number 6. And then, all right, folks, so here's what's about to happen. About to show you, hopefully show you a video of Dwight Adams. Cecil, what was the point where you're going to be focusing on as we kind of talk about it a little bit here?
Right at the base of his release, when he starts to transfer from the thumb to the fingers, you can actually watch his elbow almost, it hinges the wrong way. And then you can watch how his hand will explode through the bottom of the ball, rotating and transferring the weight from the thumb down to the fingers. And then actually, as he starts to let go of the ball, you can see him almost try and back the ball up. And then that gives him that extra rotation to create the rev rate.
Now, I'm going to apologize if this video is loud. I hope it's not, but it very well could be.
Yeah, with as much noise as was in here earlier.
This is going to be loud, so keep that in mind. I'm not trying to blow your speakers away. I did that on Friday when I finally was able to figure out why the audio was low. So keep that in mind. All right, let's see if we can get some Dwight Adams popping off here. All right. Let's try it again. Oh, come on. Of course it would be in that direction. All right, let's see. Let's see if I can rotate this. I wasn't expecting that.
Well, maybe for entertainment value, we could have everybody either lean over or rotate their TVs.
Let's see if we can make it easy. All right, we need a few more minutes. Appreciate you hanging out, by the way, Cece.
Oh, my pleasure, man. Oh, love hanging out. Coming over here and hanging out with you, man. Brandon Novak, by the way, has joined us. I know a lot of folks were looking forward to seeing him tonight. Ben Sobel, Josh Lewis, Jonathan Cummins, Brandon Novak, and Josh Mitchell here for game number 6. A little lazy 10 there.
Boy, that really, that just really,
Is it turning it sideways on you?
really just ruined my night. So much so that I'm going to go find something else to stream with. It was such a good video too. How did you even catch that, by the way? Like what even made you go to his elbow?
I've watched him before.
Okay.
Dwight used to ball out on tour.
Really?
Yeah.
How about that?
Yep. And then I believe he had a baby, and he is staying home and making sure that is all taken care of. And
that is a very good thing to do.
yeah. So so he's come out to do this, but I mean, with his rev rate and his you can tell somebody that has been in this weather before. Your old partner is sporting some very interesting green shorts, and it's 26 degrees outside. Seriously, bro. You gotta love him, man.
Cecil was talking about Daniel, who, yeah, he is.
I love it.
He is wearing green shorts. That's what he started the day, or the night with, I should say. That's what he started with. That's funny.
Apparently he has not gotten the memo that the temperature has dropped significantly since this morning.
It is chilly outside. I'm sure only colder at this point.
It looks like it is 27 and snow.
Oh, it's snowing out there too?
Yeah, that's what it looks like.
Oh, okay.
Just what I want to see after being in Indianapolis and Jackson, Michigan for 2 weeks.
Yeah, I was going to say, obviously, I went through some stuff in Indy, but that entire week, everybody went through something across the country.
Oh, without a doubt, without a doubt. So, yeah, it looks like it's going to be snowing until about 1 o'clock in the morning. And tomorrow morning when we get up, it'll be a brisk 18 degrees.
Hey, oh, that's normal. Hey, thanks, Paul, Chicagoland. Thanks, Paul. Appreciate you. Hope to see you tomorrow, and hope to see everyone tomorrow for that matter. As Game 6 couple of, actually several pairs that have started game 6. All at different times. So in our area, looks like maybe 33 and 34 will be last to finish in this area. As soon as the new cut score, or sorry, updated standings are brought out, we'll take a look at that again.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see where Barney and Pelon and Mitch Beasley, 3 veterans out here of the tour out here, they were 3, 4 pins behind the cut number. Be interesting to see what they bowled the game 5 and see where they're at game 6.
Yeah, this game 5 number will be pivotal, obviously. We'll get a chance to potentially see if anyone is nearby that we can kind of catch up on and get their scores at least. Maybe do some tallying of our own beforehand. But someone on 39 and 40. Right now it's letter, they got A, B. Oh, I'm gonna see who it is, but someone's got 7 out of 8 on 39 and 40.
Ryan Liederbach.
Uh-oh, Linda. Ryan at Liederbach. Strike open in the second 6-bagger. A 6-pack has been opened. He's going to be in the right of your screen. Coming up here shortly. Where is Ryan? After 4, he was minus 64.
And did I see that correct? He is actually a 2-hander with his thumb.
Ryan?
Yeah.
I believe so, yes.
That's 2 out here. That at the higher level, him and Matt Russo both put their thumb in the ball still, and both of them left-handed.
Open in the 9th for
Can still shoot 228.
Yep, Liederbach.
Man, the guys on 31 and 2, they are bowling in a hurry.
Probably can't help it at this point. It's like,
Well,
all
there's
right.
well, but there's only 4 of them on that pair, where most of the other pairs have 5 players. So they needed me to go pace, then they'd be the last ones finished.
Big double there for Tyler at 35 and 36. Again, tomorrow's cashers round is We'll double check that, but should begin at 9 a.m. Eastern.
Attention bowlers, just would like to remind everyone that once you finish your games, please take your score sheet down to the tournament office by lanes 1 and 2.
Yep, 9 a.m. tomorrow. Oh, Nathan Bohr has gone double 8 spare strike here in the final game.
And after 4, he was 38 at minus 31. Leader box struck in the first ball. Gets him into the 2 teens. So he can throw one more, get him into 220s. And a double to get him into the 220s.
Well, that could loom large. We'll find out. I am anxiously awaiting this score update because you just don't know.
That makes 2 of us. I'm tempted to walk down and see what leader box score sheet looks like.
Oh, that's a good idea.
So he went 214, 224, which gets him to minus 24. Or 216, 226, sorry, for minus 24. So he believes, he just made a comment because I think that's going to get it done.
That just might.
So that gets him, based on our fourth game number, 10 inside the number. So minus 24 would have been 33rd place.
So let's see. Write that down. Leaderbach is at minus 24.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. It's hard to start taking tallies without all the numbers, but
let's see here if Mitch Beasley's got anything going here. Yeah, he's got a turkey going here with clean game.
he's got 250 out there.
So I tell you what, I'm going to run down and check Mitch's real quick and
Okay.
see where he's at. I'll be right back.
Nice game by Tyler. 21. And I think he was in the number as well after 4.
So Kurt Pelon was just outside the number, went 236 the last game to get him to -1.
236.
Mm-hmm. In game 5, that gets him to -1. And of course, he's bowling good this game, decent this game, and then I look down there just then, and he doesn't hit the head pin. So.
Again, the top 40. Top 40 move on tomorrow to the cashers round. Sport Bowling Productions, appreciate you. Sport Bowling, let me write that down. Sounds like something I should subscribe to. And I hope you've all subscribed to Bowlstream TV. Paul, I'd love to tell you, but I don't want to give you a 4th game score at this point, knowing that we've got folks who are already done with game 6. me go check the Game 5 situation.
As we are wrapping up Game 6 here, trying to get the totals from Game 5 and see if we can make a little more of a guess to see if we can figure out what the cut number is going to be after 6 games. After 4, they were definitely grouped up quite a bit. Only about 10 pins separating, about 10 to 12 players, so should be an interesting final game. Any luck there with the updates?
No, they're already busy inputting. But I think after 5 it was minus 38. I think that's what we came up with.
All right, so if that's the case, then that big game from Leinenbacher, then that should have got him in. Unless the number goes crazy.
Yeah, he was, what did we say, 24, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't see that happening as far as not him getting into the number, something going crazy as far as the cut going up.
Yeah, with it going down at 4 pins, possibly after Game 5, I'm pretty sure that got him there.
That is all unofficial, by the way. So
unofficial and speculation.
There was, even though it's after 4, but I'm curious. And Jonathan Cummins was close. After 4, he was 65 back.
The spares here in strikes and get 5 more of it back.
And that's after 4. All right, so we'll have 33 and 34 to go to. This is game 6, by the way. I was momentarily questioning if I didn't change the graphic. All right, so this is Nathan Bohr. Clean. Working on a double, 127 in the 6th. This is his 9th frame shot. Again, working on a double. And that one just continued to skate.
You know, and all the time that we spent out here with Daniel, this is the first time I've actually ever seen him throw a ball. He throws the ball pretty good.
Really?
Yeah. I was watching him, I'm like, okay, he throws the ball pretty good. It's amazing sometimes when you work with people out here on tour or out, you know, at different events, and they're always doing, like yourself, commentating. And
That's true.
And I mean,
Or
you've had a very successful
bowling.
career in the collegiate
Right.
levels and everything else. So, you know, it's. As a matter of fact, I don't think I've ever seen you throw a ball.
No, I don't think you have either. No, that's not true. We bowled, we got to go way back to our Open Championships days.
Yes.
We bowled the Employee League.
Employee League. When we had no legs left after that event. Yeah, we bowled the Employee League. That was quite fun. I miss those days.
Trevor Roberts. Oh. Give it a little bit extra, Trevor. Take us home in a good fashion. With McCormick, Brent Calhoun, Daniel Farish, Nathan Bohr. Over to our right, one pair to finish up, 41 and 42. They're in the 10th frame. Bailey Maverick, Nolan Blesson. I see Jesper Svensson coming back, and he's taking some equipment off the rack, so I think they're about done. See Sean Maldonado. I believe he's in the 10th frame. Zeke Bates, I think he's in the 10th frame.
Yeah, they're all finished down at the high end now.
Oh,
looky here.
Goodness.
He's running back. He knew he stole that one.
Oh, absolutely. 5-7. 7 goes forward. Apologies, folks, if you are, I know we've been talking about scores, obviously, and the staff have been great at providing updates. They weren't able to get one after Game 5. I think somehow some things probably got sped up, and there were some folks getting done with Game 6 kind of early. And I think they started to obviously do what they do and input some scores.
And he goes 8-10. Thank you very much. I'll give you the trip 5-7, and then I'll take it right back. All right, Daniel, let's get a big one here, buddy.
Yeah, Daniel wasn't out of the clear. He was -12, but again, this was after 4. I don't know his number, but I could take a look at it. I don't know Nathan Bohr's number either. He was close too. Big shot. Oh, that's huge there. That puts him in the 2 teens at minimum. 224 again for Trevor Roberts. Daniel Farish with 145 in the 8th, working on a spare. Get to 195.
Ooh, 4-pin. Another good quality shot, though.
I will say, since you've never seen him bowl until now, he was, for me, probably the best gutter player I've ever seen. So, I mean, like, what we saw today, certainly. But if you give him that, curtains.
Well, from him being from Louisville area, correct?
Yeah, he is from Louisville.
Well, he had one of the greatest players ever to follow, Vinny Atria. Vinny had played it, I mean, so. Nice cover from Nathan. 210, 214. Puts him plus.
Huge game there. Try to go 6 and pinks. Of course, that strikes. 184 for Daniel. Of course, that's 16 back without knowing his game 5 total. Oh, that was lane 33 is giving some weird, strange hits today. Daniel's going to be close, is my guess. He was in after 4. I know his demeanor, though. I know he's perturbed certainly at the end of this game. But he certainly is on the border one way or another in that regard. And I believe that is all the bowling we have. Bowling is complete, but not leaving definitely. Since we didn't get an update, we're definitely not leaving until we get our number here.
Tell you what, I'll sneak down here and see what Daniel and Nathan Bohr were at.
Okay, appreciate you. So while we have a moment, folks, again, big thanks to our title sponsors here, QubicaAMF, Motiv, additional sponsors, 7 Leaf Brand High Five Gear, creating the difference. Classic bowling products. All of you good folks tuning in tonight. See you tomorrow, Linda. Appreciate you. Jeff, we appreciate you as well. Only after 4. All right, so unofficially, Nathan Bohr got to minus 82. Looks like Daniel got to minus 63. It was believed that the cut number was minus 38 after 5 games. So for those of you who will hang out for the next Hopefully not that long, but it's been 10 to 15 minutes as we await the number officially, the official number to the top 40. My name is Emil Williams Jr. Cecil Scarborough has been gracious enough to hang out with me for almost the entire round. And I thank him for that. I think he got me through this round.
Well, I am thankful that you invited me down, and it has been a pleasure working with you as always, man.
Quick question from my man Chris Pulliam for you. He asked, have you gotten a chance, or are you working with a bowler named Jerry Miller?
Yes, sir. That is the gentleman in the
That's
video.
the gentleman, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I thought, yeah, Chris, that we actually talked about Mr. Miller when Cecil hopped on in Game 2. Dropped the link of the video. I assume you've probably seen it at this point, Chris, but if you haven't, pretty cool video. But Chris got a chance to meet Jerry yesterday. Chris
awesome.
lives in Vegas.
Okay.
And avid Bowl TV viewer, watches wherever I'm at. I appreciate him. But yeah, said he seems like a pretty special guy.
He is. And can we get into the story of how he lost, since we got a few minutes?
Yeah.
How he lost his limbs?
Yeah.
It was actually a fluke accident. He was helping a neighbor put an antenna on the roof of their house, and the guy slipped on the roof and dropped the antenna that Jerry had hold of, and it hit a 1,200-volt wire, and it basically took most of his left hand off, obviously took his right hand completely off, and took a big chunk out of his right leg where the pole come across the inside of his leg. And that's actually how he lost his limb. But he still continued to be a firefighter after he lost his hand.
Wow.
And used his prosthesis. He had like a claw, and he would use that to lift the drums and the cables and the hoses firefighting. So just an amazing inspiration. If you just sat there and talked to him, he was just so awesome. Jerry was just amazing.
That is, that's inspirational to say the least. Wow. That's right, man. You just don't give up. You keep at it. Like Christopher Racy, I don't know his story, but Chris Racy out here bowling with one arm here this week. I'm not sure if you saw Chris or not.
No.
He bowled.
Yes, at lefty.
Yes.
Yes.
Or B squad, I think maybe. He might have been right-handed. Anyway. And Daniel actually told me he bowls some regional events.
Very
also.
Nice.
I wish I knew where Brandon was after 5. After 4, he was minus 11. But that now seems like an eternity ago. Uh-oh.
Were you able to pull that video up?
It never loaded.
No? Okay.
I'm guessing at this point, I guarantee you it would load.
It'll load perfect.
After no, it won't. It still won't load now, but I guarantee you it would load as soon as I stop streaming, give it a close and an open, and it'll work just fine. I guarantee you that'll happen. I'm not going to do it now, obviously.
But yeah.
but I know that's what it is. After how many days or hours? Four additional hours today. 4 hours and 15 or 16 minutes at this point. This computer did its thing today. If you're still hanging around, again, cut announcement next. Top 40 is the number we're going to advance to cashers round. If you advance it tomorrow, you are guaranteed to cash. You get some money.
And that's always a good thing.
You get some money. No info again on the pattern. Because it is not provided, they don't give it to you. But hard, definitely hard. Difficult. Did anything, when we started this round, when you hopped on in game 2, you mentioned that surprising to see so many players have moved to the gutter. Since the block now is over, is there anything else that stood out to you about what we just watched?
The biggest thing is how much this set, the heads broke down, and how much surface they used at the beginning and how it really affected ball motions later on in the round. Because we were watching right here on 35 and 6, there were areas on that lane that if you got it to it early, it would just check up and start to hook, and then it wouldn't hook enough to go across, so it just went right through the face. So it kind of, like you said, those little trap areas, and it really created a number of them just because of everybody was playing. There's a couple of years ago, we were out on the ladies tour, and the ladies were having trouble scoring, and then they go to one of the majors, and all of a sudden the scores went through the roof. So I was talking to Chris Barnes about it, and I said, you know, what is, he goes, because they gave them a defined place area to play, and on some of the other patterns, it wasn't a complete defined area, so they were playing a little bit of everywhere. And he goes, when you get them to where they can break a pair down or break a pattern down, he goes, you'll watch the scores go up. And like here, if you notice, there were guys playing out, there were guys playing in, there were guys playing way left, there were playing guys in the track. So they were playing everywhere, and I think because of that, it really played havoc on the lanes later on in the block.
Sounds like my man Brian Valena can attest to that situation. A lot of folks can. It was rough out there. Appreciate everybody. If you're going to sleep, sleep well tonight. Thank you for tuning in.
And if you're still at work, be safe traveling home.
That's right. I hope to see you all back at it here tomorrow, 9 a.m. We'll have 40 of the best. And then we'll bowl 6 more and cut it to the top 8 for some bracket play. Then someone's going to win $10K. For those asking about specific players, I do not know because we didn't get a Game 5 score update. So we are all patiently waiting at this point, Cecil and I included, for what the number would be or will be. There was talks that it was at minus 38 after Game 5.
Wow. Buttriff just came by, and I looked at him, thumbs up. He's like, yeah. He went from plus 100 to plus 20 in 2 games.
Boy, that, you know, when we do the U.S. Open, we always talk about, you know, the U.S. Open just kind of come up and bite you a little bit, let you know that it's still around. Like, you think you got it good, but you really don't.
Mm-hmm. Just as you think you're like, okay, I'm good, and then bink, bank.
The Bradley has similar qualities and traits.
Yes, sir. I would 100% agree with that.
Attention bowlers, you can now pick up brackets at the bracket window or at the tournament window.
All right, not the announcement we were hoping for.
No, but hey, if they're able to pick up bracket money, then they got to be close to being finished with the. I mean, I'm just saying.
That's a good question. That's one I can answer. William Burns after Game 4. William Burns after 4 was minus 55.
Unless Mitch Beasley, I think he shot 220 that last game, if I'm reading it right. So he should be in.
Really good question about the history of the event, and it's something that I am learning as I go. First time being around it, well, especially in person. But from the previous champions page, and if anyone is still listening who has bowled this event and knows something, feel free to chime in at any point. But if you go to BradleyOpenBowlingTournament.com, they do have a previous champions page. And the earliest champion listed here is from 1994, which is Tracy. Oh, I'm sorry. I take that back. I take that way back. 1979. Cecil Wilson.
Hey.
How about that? Let's see, Cecil Wilson in 1979, Bill Hohensee in 1980, David Bosomworth in 1981, Danny Hensley in 82, Dave Morton in 83.
I'd like to remind everyone that if you have not turned in your score sheets
no.
tournament office, please do so now.
No one better not be harboring score sheets at this point. We got to get up out of here.
I need my beauty rest.
Jeff Circle in 1984. Let's see. We got some repeat champions. I don't see an 85 winner.
Did I hear it correct? This is the 43rd, Bradley?
I think that's about right. Earliest champion here is again 79.
Wow. So this would be, that'd be right. 43. Wow, that's phenomenal. That right there's a testament to not only the people that run the event, but the people that support the event. All the players and
Attention bowlers for all the advancers. Tomorrow the check-ins will start in at 8:30 and the match will start at 9:30.
Uh-oh. He said 9:30.
he did say 9:30. Ruh-roh, did we get an extra half hour?
I need to double check that for sure. That is just golden. That's the case. Let me finish these champions though. So I didn't see an 85. But Mike Fairchild won in 1986. David Howlett in 87. Rudy Roy in 88. Dan Swigger in 89. Alan Bishop in 1990. Mike Fairchild won it again in 91. Brian Kretzer.
Look, oh, BK, looky here.
Won it in 1992. Gregory Short in 93.
The man.
Tracy Lambert won it back-to-back in 94 and 95. Brian Graham won it in 96.
BG.
97. Where's 97?
George Pappas, one of the greats.
Bob Belmont won in 1997. As you said, George Pappas in 98. Ted Hannas, you could throw it, 99. And 2000? I don't see a 2000. 2001, Gary Hancock, Nick Vogelsang in 2002.
Nick won, I think, the Super Hoinky twice, if I remember correctly.
Bob Belmont won again in 2003. I don't see a 2004. Chris Collins in 2005. Brian Wallachek in 2006. Brad Snell, shout out to Arlington Heights, Illinois, 2007. Brian Dennis, 2008. 2009, Jeff Fair, who was in the chat today and has been watching all week. Tony Jordan. For those of you who are familiar with what's going on in the youth bowling world, you may be familiar with Landon Jordan, who won the U15 Junior Gold Boys Championship and most recently the Boys PBA Junior Championship. That is Landon Jordan is Tony Jordan's son.
So he comes from good stock.
So Tony Jordan won this in 2010. Dan McClelland, talk about fantastic collegiate players and bowlers in general, in 2011. Here's the reason why I didn't see 2000 or 2004, because I hadn't got to Tony Lambert. I knew he was a three-time champion. I didn't know the years, 2000, 2004, and 2013. I think 2012 there was Tom Smallwood. Tommy Jones won in 14. And there are some champions here. One I don't recognize right off the bat. E.J. Tackett, Brandon Novak. Wes Malott won in 19. I know Mike Fairchild won as well. Oh, I wasn't paying attention to the chat. You guys were telling me what years they were. Appreciate y'all.
So I just got a message from an old friend of mine that I have not heard from many years. We used to bowl together in Petal, Mississippi. Mr. Darrell Cooper, he was actually listening in on Bowl Stream TV and just sent me a message and let me know they were listening in Mississippi on watching the Bradley.
How about that? Well, thank you, Mr. Cooper. You said Cooper, right?
Yep. Darrell was a very accomplished player and still is, and
All right,
I'm glad I don't have to bowl him anymore.
Here's the number.
Your top 40 cut negative 54.
Wow, did that
Is your
fall?
cut man.
Wow. Man.
Minus 54. It fell 20 pins in 2 games.
Your number 1 overall seed, A.J. Rice, plus 91.
A.J.
Currently
Rice.
setting 8. Kim Bowlby, plus 35.
Kim Bowlby made a run there. Let me see if I can get a copy of those scores for us real quick.
Yeah, they just have been pretty good about that. So, all right. So in case you missed that, the cut number, minus 54. Daniel gets the first hit in the 10th. I think he was working on a strike. I could be wrong. A double in the 10th there gets him in. Zeke Bates, the number, at minus 54.
David Stouffer, Matt Wade, please come to the front counter. The front counter, David Stouffer, Matt Zwick. Thank you.
All right, so again, minus 54. I think I wrote that down earlier, but I think last year's cut was either minus 52, I think it was, to make the top 40. Just outside the number by, wow, 4 pins, both Higgins and Troop.
And Zeke Bates snuck in. He
Kyle
was the
Troop.
number.
Troop was the, excuse me, Zeke Bates was the number. Brian Valenta snuck in there. How about that, BB? Brandon Flores snuck in there as well. Scott Camp. Tom Doherty. Tom Doherty made a run, man. 203, 228, 219 for Doherty after the 195, 148, 168 start. J.R. Raymond did get in as well. I saw a lot of questions about J.R. Raymond. I'll just tell you the top 40. From 1 to 40, A.J. Rice, Michael Martell, Rice plus 91, Martell plus 68, Mike Rubin third plus 65, Matt Zweig fourth plus 61, David Stouffer fifth at plus 47, Chad Roberts sixth at plus 40, Sean Rash seventh at plus 38, Kim Bowleby eighth at plus 35, Jesper Svensson ninth at plus 29. Actually, he is tied with Dwight Adams at plus 29. Jacob Buttroff 11th at plus 20. Jerry Mars is 12th at plus 17. Austin Kohler 13th at plus 2, or I'm sorry, plus 7. Kurt Pelon 14th. Tied with Paul Smith at plus 6. Brian Halen plus 2. Derek Patterson minus 3. Brian Hatcher minus 5. Trevor Roberts minus 7. Dom Barrett 20th at minus 8. Gene Perez 21st at minus 9. Mitch Beasley 22nd at minus 10. Brian Robinson 23rd at minus 11. Thomas Larson 24th. Tie for 24th with Tyler Slaubaugh and Brandon Novak at minus 17. Stu Williams and Jeremy Thomas tied for 27th at minus 21. Ryan Liederbach 29th at minus 24. Zach Sanders 30th at minus 28. Graham Fav was 31st at minus 29. Nick Pate was 32nd at minus 31. Chris Colella 33rd at minus 33, ironically enough. Tie for 34th, Zach Tackett. J.R. Raymond at minus 36. Tom Doherty, 36th at minus 39. Brian Valenta, 37th at minus 45. Scott Camp, 38th at minus 46. Brandon Flora, minus 51. And, of course, Zeke Bates, minus 54. How about that? What do you think?
That was some impressive bowling because JR was out of the number, Zeke was out of the number, Valenta was out of the number, and in the last 2 games they came around. But if you look at Zeke to stay in the number, he goes 190, 179.
Pretty impressive stuff.
So, yeah, the number definitely fell. And my little horse, Brian Robinson, 23rd today.
All right, good people. Appreciate the conversation. Appreciate you tuning in. We know the number. We know our 40 bowlers. And we know it's about to go down in the morning. I originally thought it was 9 a.m. Eastern. Everywhere I'd read was 9 a.m. Eastern. They announced 9:30 a.m. Eastern. So just double check the Bradley Open Facebook page. I'm going to double check it on my way out, and if it is 9:30, I will make the change on the Boldstream TV YouTube channel as well. Cecil, I want to thank you again.
Yeah, man.
Appreciate you sharing some time and some good insight. And I'm still upset about the Dwight Adams video, but we're going to get that figured.
Maybe we'll figure it out and do something with it tomorrow.
You're right. Actually, I'm gonna do that. I'm going to work on that and make sure it's ready to go because we will certainly see him bowling tomorrow as well, especially in the morning. So appreciate everybody for joining in the chat. All of the fun stuff you guys have talked about. A lot of good conversations today. I know a lot of people have already signed off. I'm going to do the same for Cecil Scarborough, for Jason Utchwall, his entire tournament staff, everyone here at Executive Strike and Spare, for our title sponsors here, QubicaAMF, Motiv, and all other sponsors, Classic Bowling Products, Creating the Difference, High Five Gear, 7 Leaf. We'll see you all in the morning at 9 or 9:30 a.m. Eastern Time. We'll figure that part out. My name is Emil Williams Jr. This has been a presentation of the Bradley Open. We'll see you tomorrow for the Cashers round here on Boldstream TV. Good night.